Recording in progress.
Good evening. Today is Tuesday, March 5th, 2024. This is a regular meeting of the City of Marina Council. Anita, can we please get a roll call?
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Biala.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Thank you. City Attorney, are there any changes to the agenda for the closed session?
No, there are not.
Thank you. We will now open up the public comments. Are there any people who would like to speak here or on Zoom? Seeing none, we'll close the public comments and we will go into closed session and we'll reconvene at 6:30 for the open session. Thank you. Yes, thank you, City Manager. Yes, we will have a reception for our new City Council member, Jenny McAdams, starting at 6 p.m. today. So we hope to see many people here at 6 in the council chambers. Thank you.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
everyone. We're going to go ahead and I'll turn over to our city attorney, Renee Ortega, to summarize our closed session. Thank you, Renee.
So closed session was held and no action was taken.
All right. Thank you. So a very special night. Thank you everyone for being here. It feels festive as it should. Welcoming Jennifer McAdams here tonight. Thank you everyone who's here to support her. It's wonderful to have this kind of support. It's great. Let's give it up for Jenny. All right. And that will be our first order of business, to swear in, not swear at her. Ever. Her mom will make sure that never happens, right, Carmelita? Okay, so we'll do this with having Jennifer bring up her special guest who's going to swear her in. And our city clerk has the microphone to provide you. Kim Barber is a member of the Monterey City Council. Kim, thank you so much for taking your time to support Jenny in this way and start her off on the right foot.
Well, I just want to say thank you for the honor of even being here to support you tonight, and especially this month being Women's History Month and Women's Day this week coming. It is an honor to be here, and thank you. You ready? All right. I state your name.
Jennifer McAdams,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of California, that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
and I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I
Congratulations.
Okay, let's take a couple of photos. Can we get, Andrea, would you mind taking photos? Get a photo of Kim and Jenny. And then after the photo with Kim and Jenny, I'd like to ask the council and city manager and city attorney to join Jenny for a second photo.
Is it on? Okay, so no speech, but I did prepare an interpretive dance. Just kidding. Thank you, everybody, for coming out here. Especially thank you to my colleagues and staff for the lovely, warm welcome. And I am really excited and looking forward to serving the residents of Marina. So thank you.
And thank you, whoever supported this event with the food. It's the delicious spread of food. Thank you. And to Jenny's photographer, and again, all of her friends and family, thank you for being here to support her. She's one of the only people I know that served on one city council and then another city council. But all the time she spent as a community leader in Pacific Grove really shows, because she's relatively new here as a resident in Marina, and she's everywhere and she's rocking and ready to go. We're very lucky and fortunate to have someone as experienced as her come midterm, because midterm she's going to hit the ground running, I'm sure, because of all of her experience. And who knows, she may be of the mind to run for city council. And if she does this next November 2024, she'll be in good stead, having been warmed up for 8 months to just keep on rolling without seamlessly. So thank you everyone for being here. And Jenny, welcome to the Marina City Council. It's wonderful to have you. And Max, thank you for rocking it in the back there. And we have two very special guests, Wendy Askew, our 4th District Supervisor in Monterey County. Lisa Reinhammer from Monterey Salinas Transit. Thank you for being here. You have a presentation later. Christina Medina Dirksen, who was graceful enough to set a step aside so Jenny could take her seat. Christina Medina Dirksen, thank you. And I always say when I see Elisa next to Christina, she's our volunteer champion in Marina. Doesn't live in Marina, but she spends most of her time in Marina, so it seems like she lives here. But thank you, Elisa, for being here. And our very special guest, our CSUMB president, Vanya Quinones. Thank you, Vanya, for being here. Okay, now Vanya, turns out she's busy tonight. It's unusual. And so we're going to move her up just ahead of American Red Cross Month proclamation so that Dr. Vanya Quinones can speak to us now. And then if she needs to move on to other things going on in her life, she's welcome to do that. Vanya, thank you so much for what you've brought our community, your university, and for being here tonight.
Thank you. The only reason that I have to leave early is my daughter is coming and I have to pick her up and I don't want to hear her screaming at me. So sometimes you're a mom. So anyway, I really, really want to thank you for inviting me this evening. It's way overdue. I moved here a year and a half ago and I'm a Marina resident. That's where my PO number is. And I shop here all the time and I walk up and down the streets here. So this is my home, So I really, want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk a little bit about what is happening on CSUMB. So we're fortunate to be with you in Marina City, but also I want you to know that CSUMB is rocking the town. So we are number 2 on social mobility in the West and number 4 overall on US. And what that means is that our students come to CSUMB and they graduate and they move their family forward financially within their generation. And that shows that we're really changing lives. I know we always say that we change life at CSUMB, but this is a reality and this is, by the US News. So it's not us saying we're number 2. This is a national ranking. We're also number 6 top public institution, mid-size. And so what it means is that not only our students are moving forward, but they're also getting an amazing education with low tuition. And so it's an accessible tuition. The most important thing that I'm proud, and anytime you give a microphone to a president, she's going to start bragging about what we do. But I really want you to hear what amazing thing you have next to you in your community. We, according to the issue of higher education on diversity, we have been shown to be the top 50 university in US, graduating the most Hispanics, the most minority students. So that's an amazing accomplishment. We are changing our residents and we're changing the future of Monterey Bay. And so we're about right now 7,000 students, which half of them are first generation, and we're a Hispanic serving institution. It means the majority of our students are for Hispanic background. And so here we are, your neighbor, and we continue to move forward, not only what is happening on CSUMB, but your community, the kids of your residents, and the future of this town. So I think that there's a couple of things that I want to update on what is happening. For example, we're concentrating now on workforce development. We did it before on service, so now it's going to be service and workforce development. And we're starting to create unprecedented partnerships with different companies. The first one is Pebble Beach Scholars. So basically, the students will come as a cohort, work on Pebble Beach for 4 years. Pebble Beach will give tuition and housing, so the students they have their basic needs covered, and they will have an internship that lasts for 4 years. So it's an embedded internship working the full summer and then during the academic year. And this implies that these students are going to gain tremendous experience within the hospitality field, and very likely they will stay. So we're trying to figure out what product we can so the students that graduate stay here. And I think that this new scholar program is really one way of showing how we're going to continue to evolve the our students that are graduating to be the future workforce. And so we're looking for different partners to continue doing scholar programs. And our aim is to continue to have 10% or 700 to 800 students being on scholar programs, having 4 years internships embedded on different workforces. In terms of infrastructure, we are about to break ground on a new building. It's called Edward Taylor Science Building for engineering and where you will house mechatronic, which is a new engineering degree that we are launching. Also, within that new building, supported by Taylor Farms, also the Monterey Bay NOAA's Institute will be located there. So we will have NOAA on our backyard. So the building will have housed some of the engineering and research, and it also will house about 30%, it will be NOAA, to ensure that we have a strong relationship, continue to have a strong relationship with our marine science, the federal government, NOAA, and also the sanctuary. So we are aiming to break ground for this new building, hopefully around the end of the semester, which is April to May. And as I said before, this is a generous donation from donors, but also we have gained federal and state money support that we're bringing to here. So we are expanding some new areas on CSUMB. I talk about engineering. We have 300 applicants to engineering. That's a new program that is going to come. So slowly we will continue to increase engineering. And we have the founding faculty, Luis Cabrelas Aguilera, and 2 new faculty coming to just ensure that the program is successful. We also launched on 2020 agricultural soil science, and that has been a big success. So we have 100 students right now registered in this program, and we have the students work at CSU, they study in CSUMB, and they go to Salinas Valley and other places on the peninsula to get some training on farming. But the program is, and we have obtained $30 million grant from the U.S. Department of Agriculture Department. And we share that with UC Santa Cruz and Harnell. So we're trying to find partners with other universities and higher education system within CSUMB and bring resources to here. So our vision is to create a 10-acre farm with 4 greenhouses and classroom spaces on the campus, on the corner of the campus, around Lot 59. And so we have launched a very aggressive campaign of donors, federal money, and state money to ensure that that vision is achieved. So hopefully within a year and a half, we will have the greenhouses and maybe 2 acres, and then the farm will continue to expand. I think this will be a unique opportunity for our residents of this town to ensure that they have up-to-date training on one of our biggest economical impacts on the area. Moreover, I spent a year listening tour with everybody around, including Bruce, but I've been talking to many, many people. And I have realized that healthcare is one of the major obstacles that we have here on the peninsula. The labor of statistics shows that we will continue to have shortage on health-related professions by 2031. And so including in Monterey Bay, there will be a specific, and on this area, Monterey Bay area, will be a specific decline on registered nurses and practitioners. And so Cal State Monterey really is uniquely positioned to help on this problem. We want to be the solution. And so the College of Health Science and Humanities Service will start developing and expanding programs that we have. So we have, as I said before, a very strong health science program. So we have including a 2-year bachelor degree on nursing, which we graduate about 50 students a year. So we're going to expand double that. We're also going to have a 4-year nursing program. Plus, we also going to have we have a social work degree, master's in social work degree that is counseling to see patients. We're going to have an undergrad BSW to help to ease that issue. But we're also going to expand not only those programs, but we are going to expand master programs, including a master program on nurse practitioners. So, we have more practitioners on the area. We are also committed to expand infrastructure, physical infrastructure for health. So we have requested from Cal State, from CSU, to construct a state-of-the-art health science building. And we're starting a campaign to ensure that we have donors, federal money, and state money to help us that. So hopefully within the next couple of years, we will have a different footprint regarding educational aspects here. In terms of arts and humanities, we continue to make changes and continue to make an impact on our culture here. And for example, we're going to have the Adam Family Musical on April. I'm the study for one of the characters, I think. I feel like that every day. And then we also have many student film festivals that are planned on May. So please check csumb.edu for any events that we're having. The key aspect too for CSUMB is having the future education in terms of producing teachers for all our schools. And we're also proud to say that we are graduating the first master in science of speech language pathology this May, because we have seen that there is a big need of speech pathology. So as a summary of the changes that we're doing, we are really moving forward CSUMB. We continue to ensure that we will produce a future workforce. Now, one of the key things that we're working is on the basic needs of your residents. Some of our students are Marine residents. And so we're going to increase housing. We are planning to increase dorms. So the plan is to have 1,000 beds in 2 years or 3 years, but we're expanding slowly more housing just to be sure that we accommodate this mid-sized residential public institution, which is what CSUMB is. In terms of what is CSUMB to Marina, we have 324 permanent residents on Marina that have the Marina as their zip code. And 557 of our students have mailing address in Marina. 26 students directly work on the Marina High School, that is supported by CSUMB. So Marina is the heart of CSUMB. Many of us consider Marina to be our house, our home. We have about 1,600 employee, community partners, residents, and resident families that also live on East Campus, including myself. I love walking in the morning and seeing how beautiful this area is. We shop here. I put gasoline here on Reservation Road and we do that. We go to groceries here. Our kids go to school here. And so I just want to ensure that you understand how we're neighbors and we're also changing the footprint of this amazing city. So as I said before, I'm fairly newcomer. I just moved here to CSUMB and to this area a year and a half ago. And the number one thing that I'm proud of is to be in a community that we care about each other, because we're otters, we say care each other. And so CSUMB believe on rafting, which is the otters in the middle of the ocean raft in order to survive currents and in order to be stronger. And so you guys are part of our raft. And the strength of CSUMB is with the strength of City of Marina. So I would like to congratulate Jenny McAdams, sorry, for her appointment, especially on Women Week month. So, oh, you're here in the front, sorry. I was looking for you here. And, I wish the best of you. It's really important to move the needle forward for all of us. So thank you. And if there's any questions, I'm here.
All right. Thank you very much, Vanya. Vanya, I think a week or two ago, our city council discussed annexation potentially of East Garrison or East Campus. And we kind of decided between staff, consultants, and our city council that it wasn't a good idea to annex East Garrison. But the council, I think majority or most of us, wanted to move ahead with discussions with the university on how annexation, what the pros and cons would be with East Campus. How far has your administration gone in thinking about that issue?
So we have started to think about it. We approach you with a question. As I said before, we have 400 permanent residents that live on East Campus as our faculty. We have 550 houses or dorms, but the 40% of the East Campus is residents that have lived there permanently for 25 years. And so the faculty came to me saying that, they really want to vote for the city that they work. As I said before, my remarks, we make a big impact on the social economic aspects of Marina. And so most of us just come to the Marina side because this is where we live. So we are interested in continuing to talk to you and to the whole council to ensure that we have the understanding of what is needed and what are the pros and cons. So there is some issues, we have our own police department, we have our own parking rules. We have a lot of different things that we have seen that they may change. So we're open to talk and just to get to a common ground and say if it's a yes or no. It has to be beneficial for both of us. But I think most of the faculty in CSUMB have talked to me and they really want to get to be members of the city that they live.
All right. Any questions for Vanya from others? Vanya, you're greatly expanding your rather new ag department program. And you mentioned Salinas Valley, so I'm sure it needs to be oriented toward growing of food, but that's the $8 billion industry in this county. And we in Marina, our parks and our community have benefited greatly from a long relationship with formerly Return of the Natives, now Habitat Stewardship Project. So they're not on lot 59, but it's sort of close, right? So I'm just wondering, what's the future of the agriculture growing industry of things like native plants, the non-food items?
Yeah, so we are thinking that next to the library, we want to have a place for reflection for the community and also to honor all the tribes that are here. So part of the idea will be to have a garden that is for native plants and to ensure that we have a reflection place and a place that our tribes can come and celebrate when they need to celebrate. So we have talked about how to expand on things that are not just agro, but also things that are native to the place. So I think that that's something that is on the works. I'm trying to get state and federal money to ensure that we have an amazing place to honor, all the people that live here before us and their land.
What will happen eventually to the greenhouses and the growing there at Habitat Stewardship Project? Is that meant to be permanent or to go away?
No, we're going to replace them with things that are permanent. So, and then the things that are there will be either displaced accordingly. If it's for farming, they will be on the farm, and if they're for native plants, they will go to the next to the library, which is where we're going to have the reflection place.
Okay, so you might have some growing facilities.
Yes.
Oh, that's great. More
Yeah.
central to campus.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
think that we don't have a place on this area to make tribute to all the owners of this land and the people that were here before us. And so I just think that that's something that is very dear to my heart. And we are really trying to figure out how we're going to incorporate a place for reflection, a place to acknowledge, the many people that walk in this land before us.
Okay. And I love having students live in town in different ways, some in homes, some in apartments. What's your vision as far as percentages of students, the ideal combination, the ideal percentage that you would like to live on campus versus off campus?
Yeah. So right now we're 50% residents and 50% commuters. From those 50% residents, 25% are Marina residents. And then a lot of those are the ones that live on campus, on the East Campus. And then we have the ones that are commuted. We know that a lot of them don't live with their family. They're just renting houses on the neighborhood. Most of them live on Marina side and Salinas. So in terms of percentage, we are just trying to increase the number of housing for students because our vision is that we're going to be a mid-sized residential institution. And this is really unique. Most CSU UCs are large institutions. So our goal is to have something that is top notch as we are ranked very high, but just staying mid-size to have the ability to educate other people that don't like to be on big groups or they want to be in a different type of campus. So the exact ratio, there will be always over 50% residents, but they will be, some of them, 25% of whatever it is will be Marina residents because of the location and because of what is happening. So our aim is to continue to have majority of the students being residents.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions for the president? Councilmember Vischer?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the students, thank you for your presentation, by the way, very interesting. So the students can use the buses, the MST buses for free. I ran into a few students who were not aware. So what is the college doing to make sure that every student know they can use their ID to hop on any bus here for free?
Yeah, I think that sometimes you say things and people don't listen. I'm not going to teach on generations, but we are very aware of this and we really try to encourage students to do this. So we have a campaign, but we will continue to ensure that the campaign is there. The students have 10 hours free of SIP card and they don't use it either. So we're really trying to ensure that the students have access to, Target, to other areas that are here, commercial here. So one of the things that we've been investigating is if we should, be sure that our Wave bus goes to Target twice on the weekend. So we're trying to explore other ways. If they don't want to get in the public transportation, then we will figure out how to ensure that they have access to other areas around here. Because it's a big walk. I walked once to Target.
Yeah, so if they're healthy, they can do it.
I did it once. I'm not going to do it again.
Bus is easier, especially if they come.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
That's the only way that you don't buy a lot on Target if you just walk. Because you don't want to.
Yeah, once we gave new students a ride, they were walking out of the neighborhood with their toilet paper and whatever, and they didn't know how to get back to the college.
Yeah. No, we're really trying to ensure that students have access to Walmart, to Target, and to other. They come a lot to the market. We also have a farm market that is here Thursdays, and they're mostly local people. A lot of the commerce that comes to our local farmer Thursday are from Marina.
Yes. Well, thank you.
From Marina.
All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Biala?
Thank you, Vanya, for the updates. Really very interesting, and we need to have those updates. So thank you so much. So I was really happy to hear that you're going to continue the conversation about East Campus and annexation into Marina. We have such a good relationship. I know so many people and the faculty there are part of our community. They ask us to speak. We are involving them in our initiatives. So I feel personally very close to the faculty that live there, and they do consider us. And so I hope that they continue to lobby within the institution of CSUMB because there are some initiatives that have to kind of come from the grassroots, I think, and so I hope that the university also helps facilitate that discussion, and we certainly would like to continue to pursue that. And the other thing is, thank you for informing us about all the healthcare. I'm a master's prepared nurse myself, and so to hear your expansion of all the nursing programs is great, and that you're actually thinking about a health science building because now the state of the art education for nursing, of course, has pretty high tech, labs and equipment available. So you're proceeding first with the expansion of the programs, the degree programs,
Yes.
and then so you're housing all that sort of adequately, I suppose, in some health science building at this time.
Yeah, so what happened is in CSU is a different system. You have to have the FTEs, you have to have the students to get the building. And so, so we are figuring out how we're gonna continue to expand. Nurse practitioner and a master of nursing requires accreditation, so that requires like a 2-year process. We are also recently have a hiccup with the MSPA program, but we are aiming to re-accreditate the program, and that also takes a year and a half. So, we are basically planting the seed in terms of curriculum to be able to do it, and then expand nursing, which is something that is going to bring a lot of FTEs or number of students. And so the bringing of the request of the building is already in place, but we're looking on the long run. So it's a little bit different process.
Yeah, no, I didn't understand
Yeah.
that you have to have enrollment first before you can.
You have to have enrollment before you can take the building.
Okay,
And so, for example, the TED Taylor building is not supported by CSU. It will be federal, state, and private philanthropic. But if we want to have CSU, then we have to have the enrollment. So we are expanding and trying to figure out other ways of doing buildings. But we're really, we have a vision of ensuring that we produce the workforce development that is needed for the county. And so we want to have buildings that are flexible, that we can continue to move accordingly. Obviously, health will always be needed, and engineering and, marine science is something that we're here next to this beautiful ocean and sanctuary. So we're trying to place how are we going to grow, and how are we going to change the community, and how you build these buildings that will be effective for many years to come.
Right.
And so that's the balance that we have.
Right. And we have, as I understand it, some large healthcare insurance companies. Is that possible to help them to begin to finance the health science buildings?
Yeah. So basically the PA, the Master in Public PA physician assistant was supported by donors. So we are very active looking for donors to help us to launch. It's expensive to launch programs because you have to hire faculty before you have students. So you have sometimes, for example, for engineering, we have a faculty that is going to be here a year and a half before students come for engineering. And then you have to have the facility and the building. So there is a lot of expenditures that have to go forward. Health is one of the most expensive programs to run. As you say, they have very specialized equipment and specialized rooms and new technology. They don't use a cadaver anymore. They have a table that shows different levels of anatomy. So the field is moving very fast. So I think that, we are going to continue knocking at every door that I can knock to ensure that people know what we want to do, and to show that there is really a big need. This didn't come from me. This came from me talking to every CEO in the area, talking, to every single provider, and they're all in the same page with me. This is something that is needed. And the same with agriculture. We need to have a place that minority students and diverse students study agriculture. Cal Poly is great, but Cal Poly is not as diverse as CSUMB. And so we need to create a space for our students from this area to be educated on the areas that they will make a difference. Yeah. So I think that that's one of our goals, to ensure that we're providing, spaces for our citizens.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you're having.
And I just want to tell you, Kathy, that our commitment is to continue talking about annexation. I think it's something that, as you say, it's a grass up. The faculty really want to do this. So
great. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Vanya, for joining us tonight, sharing your time.
My pleasure. Thank you. Invite me anytime. This was great. Thank you so much.
Best wishes. Okay. We're going to move on to the American Red Cross. And Jenny McAdams has agreed to read the proclamation. And Jenny, you can do it from the dais or you can stand in front. But when you are done, we're going to ask Lee Hedgepeth to come on up and say a few words about the American Red Cross.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the proclamation for American Red Cross Month. Whereas during American Red Cross Month in March, we recognize the compassion of people in Marina and reaffirm our commitment to care for one another in times of crisis. Whereas this generous spirit is woven into the fabric of our community and advances the humanitarian legacy of American Red Cross founder Clara Barton, one of the most honored women in our country's history, who nobly dedicated herself to alleviating suffering. Whereas the contributions of local Red Cross volunteers, 134 in Monterey County, give hope to the most vulnerable in their darkest hours. Last year in Monterey County, volunteers helped 53 households affected by 39 home fires by addressing their urgent needs like food and lodging, as well as providing recovery support. In addition, they installed 783 smoke alarms, collected 1,560 blood donations, provided first aid and CPR training to 3,243 residents, helped the families of 1,355 students prepare for disasters through the Pillowcase Project, and assisted 272 families of our armed forces. Whereas we hereby recognize this month of March in honor of all those who lead with their hearts to serve people in need, and we ask everyone to join in this commitment to strengthen our community. Now for I, Bruce Delgado, Mayor of Marina, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the laws of Marina and California, do hereby proclaim March 2024 as Red Cross Month and encourage all citizens of Marina to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. Congratulations.
All right. Thank you, Jenny. Good job. Okay, Lee, come on up and say a few words. Do we have a microphone for him? Thank you, Lee, for joining us today.
Of course, thank you very much. And that was such a treat to listen to the president's comments. This is no big deal, but I happen to be a shift captain at the aquarium, and we have several CSU students on our shift, and they're just as clever and bright as they can be, and really well versed in marine science. So hearing her talk about the NOAA relationship and the marine science program really resonated with me. So it was a real treat to get to hear her comments. Also a treat to be here tonight for your new council member. Congratulations to you, and congratulations to the city council for what a serendipity to have somebody who's that qualified to be able to step into the role for you. That's a real treat, and I'm just delighted to be here tonight. Thank you so much for the proclamation and for the recognition to Red Cross that symbolizes. It means a lot to all of our volunteers. You know, we see and hear about volunteers a lot of times when there's a mass disaster somewhere, and they'll be on the news that folks are packed up and they're going to get ready to jump on a plane and maybe go back south after a hurricane, something like that. But you know, there's a whole nother set of folks who are volunteers who, you know, we don't hear about. They're folks who they put their name on a list to be able to take a phone call at whatever 2:30 in the morning, and climb out of bed, throw on some clothes, and go across town to help someone who's had a home fire, as discussed in the proclamation. And you know, we don't hear about those folks and everything, but in my mind, they're just as important as the folks who take off for literally weeks at a time, drop whatever they're doing in their lives, and go across country to help out in a mass disaster. So for all of those folks, the ones who respond to mass disasters and the folks who get up at 2:30 in the morning, this means so much to have this sort of proclamation and the recognition that our elected city officials recognize the value of what they're doing. So thank you again so much for that. That'd be great.
Adding this to my resume, Bruce. Oh, did you guys hear that? You said it, I heard it.
Andy Rosas was going to be our next presentation. He could not be here tonight, so we're going to reschedule that. And I don't know, do we have someone from Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau? That's been rescheduled. Okay. So we're going to go to council and staff announcements. All right. Well, we'll move on past that to public comment. So we have some folks that here in person. We'll start with anyone in the house here that would like to make any public comment at this time on our consent agenda or anything else that might be on your mind. It's not on the agenda later tonight, other than the consent. Seeing no one rise, we'll go up. Come on forth. Thank you, Elisa. Welcome and good evening. Good to have you here.
Are we good? So I want to say thank you. I was here in July. Oh, do we need to start timer? Okay. I was here in July and talked to you about the deck at Los Arblos, and cement has been poured. So they're still waiting to put up some guard railing and doing some other finishing details. But that is just in time for the new baseball softball season. So opening day for Marina Youth Baseball Softball is this Saturday. I believe there's a ceremony at like 9 at Preston Park, but there'll be games at Los Arblos and games at Preston. And then Marina High Softball has their first home game March 7th, like 4 p.m.-ish. And I would like to invite you all to come out. The deck won't be quite ready, but it's so close. And there's a new working scoreboard that was just finalized, so you won't have to guess the score of the game. So I just want to say thank you for, I know that happened relatively quickly. Like, not a lot of people understand how quickly that happened. Like 6 months ago, 7 months ago, I was here, and it's happening. Sometimes it takes a lot longer. So thank you for expediting that and making it happen.
Thank you. Anyone else here in the room? Okay, Andrea Willer. Thank you, Andrea.
I apologize. I missed my moment. I don't have a flyer yet, but wanted to let everyone know we are doing a new event at the pump track in coordination with the Sea Otter Classic races that come up starting April 20th, and MORCA, Monterey Off-Road Cycling Association. Saturday, April 13th. I know it's Earth Day. I know we have an event already going on. So it'll be a busy day in Marina, but it is going to be really fun. We have some professional riders coming out to do some demonstrations, to do some clinics. It will probably have a very similar feel to the grand opening. We're going to have a DJ and food trucks, and it's just going to be a really, really great event. So next council meeting, I will have flyers and more information, but it's April 13th, 11 to 3 at the pump track.
All right. Thank you. Any other comments, announcements before we move on? Okay, so we'll go to our consent agenda. Does any council member have any brief question or comment or wish to pull something for further discussion? Seeing none, I'll motion that we approve our consent agenda.
A second.
All right, any final comment before we move to a vote? Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. Items 10V1 and 2, I would like to abstain since I wasn't present.
Okay.
Meetings, thank you.
All right. So let's take up items 10 B1 and 2, minutes from a couple of recent city council meetings. I'll motion that we approve those separately.
I second.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Any abstentions? Jenny, this is for you, I think.
Yeah, I'll abstain from approving the minutes. Thank you.
All right. So that motion passes 4-0 to 1 with Councilmember McAdams abstaining. And back to the original motion. I'm sorry, I kind of rearranged that a little bit, but the original motion was to approve the consent agenda, in this case, minus 10B, 1 and 2. Is there a second hold on that
Yes.
modified motion? Okay. Now, without 10B items, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you for all the work that went into those agenda items, including our city clerk and others. So we moved to a public hearing on a kind of exciting project for residents, really small homes. You know, they're not tiny homes, but they're darn close. I mean, I guess they kind of would be in the tiny home. They're between 400 and 1,000 square feet, something like that. Yeah, we could talk more about that, but so let's open up a we'll open up staff presentation and hear from the developers, and then we'll have a public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. So I'm here today to present the 226 Palm specific plan. This is for a combined development permit at 226 Palm Avenue here, just a street block over from where we're standing and sitting today. So the applicant applied back in August of 2023. Specific plans are quite complicated, so it took all those months until January for the application to be complete. And the application includes a use permit and site architectural design review, as well as a specific plan for this project. On February 8th, 2024, the Planning Commission reviewed the full project, including the use permit, the site and architectural design review, and reviewed the specific plan, and they recommended approval for this project. The project is fully consistent with the CR zoning, with a few caveats. Just briefly, the parking spaces, they're providing 6 spaces per AB 2097. This city is not allowed to require a minimum, so they are going above and beyond to doing and providing 1 space per unit. So they are consistent in that regard. And then the Planning Commission was able to make a finding to accommodate the open space as part of their entryway, which is part of the driveway. The applicants have agreed to make that space designed appropriately for open space, so it will be differentiated from the other parts of the driveway with different types of pavers. Here is a location of the project. As you can see, we are a block away. It's the rear portion of the lot. So here's the site plan. So it's a flag lot. It used to be 3 lots here. They combined 2 of the lots to create the lot that they are developing into 6 units. You can see that there will be 4 spaces on the lot, and then 2 covered spaces. The units are 3 on each side, and then so really the core reason why we're here is for the specific plan. The specific plan is a unique document which has to follow government code sections that are on the screen, 65450 through 65457. The city is required to make sure that the specific plan is consistent with the general plan, which it is, as stated in the findings in Exhibit A, as well as consistent with the structure of Government Code Section 6545, which it is. Staff has reviewed that as well as legal. And so this specific plan meets the minimum requirements of the statute to be legally adequate. There's no exceptions to the zoning district standards that's being requested here. So this is a project that, if it were not for our general plan, policy 26351, they wouldn't need a specific plan normally. This is a unique situation with Marina where back in 2008, we adopted this requirement. It has slowed down some of the development in the downtown specific plan zone. This is a unique site as well, in that once the downtown revitalization plan is adopted, or it comes to you, is proposed to be R4 zoning. R4 zoning, also known as multifamily zoning, will be consistent with this project. So it's consistent with the current code. It's going to be consistent with the new proposed downtown revitalization plan. And hopefully in the future, urban infill projects like this, which is what the state wants to see come before the cities, will be this requirement will be removed, so that way these projects can get done quicker. So here's the staff recommendation. I'm not going to read it. It's part of the packet. I can bring it back up if we need to. And then I'm available for any questions. And then we have Gary Coates, who prepared the specific plan here in the audience if you had questions for the applicant. So
All right, Nick, thank you and your team for the hard work that went into this really great project.
thank you.
So, Mr. Gary Coates, would you like to say anything about the project?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Gary Coates here on behalf of the preparation of the specific plan. I would like to extend a real nice thank you to Nick for his assistance to us and guidance through the process. As you know, this city does have this specific plan requirement, which is unique for not a lot of cities. So we had a lot of guidance, a lot of help from Nick to prepare the document, get it through, and we're very proud of it and proud of the project. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
How much approximately does it cost to do a specific plan?
It's approximately $44,000.
All right. All right. Well, Gary, thank you again.
You're very welcome.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so we'll open the public hearing. And first ask those in person, if you'd like to come up and speak on this matter, you have up to 3 minutes. Seeing no one rise, we'll ask the same of those remote attendees. If you'd like to speak and you're at home, please raise your hand. We'll give you all another moment. All right, seeing no one at home raising their hand or remotely, we'll close the public hearing and public comment, bring it back to council. Questions, comments, council members? Councilmember Biala?
You called me before I even put on my light. That's sharp. Mind reading. It's really unfortunate, and I, sincerely apologize for our city for putting the developer into a $44,000 needless kind of expense. And I'm trying to think of why the city even approved that. Like what? I mean, other cities don't have it. So what was our intent? I don't even understand that.
Reading the staff report from 2008, the intent was that they wanted to ensure that all development that was done prior to the preparation of the downtown revitalization specific plan was consistent with that plan as well as the existing code and the general plan. So it's a unique situation. I've never come across this before. This is, I think, the 9th specific plan in this area that's been done. This sort of one lot specific plan. The much more common specific plan that you'll see are the other 3 that we have, and we had at one point we had 4 with the Dunes, Sea Haven, and Marina Station. Those are much more consistent with what you'd expect from a specific plan. And then we are doing our own specific plan, which will come before you in the summer.
Right.
So
But we could have had the development without the specific plan. So the general plan would have covered that and maybe not been so, detailed, but it would have sufficed. So it was just unfortunate. But anyway, so we're not going to have any more. I mean, at this point, if you say in the summer, we're going to get rid of this anyway, so you don't have any in the pipe coming up.
no applications yet. There are many. I talked to many people about development in the downtown specific plan zone. So at least once a week or every other week, I talk to a different
Really?
person that owns. There might be one more project before it's adopted.
Really? Or they could just wait. The minute
Yeah.
we change the ordinance, then it's not a requirement, right? So
Yeah.
we're almost near summer, and if we can be, diligent in getting this done by the summer, then it's not such a long wait.
Yeah, that's been my recommendation to them is to
Okay,
wait. but
great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And there's a couple other points to make. Back in 2008, no one expected it would take longer than a year or year and a half for that plan to be finished. And what was the concern is that developers would come quickly and do things that would mar the downtown vision by building things that were out of place with our future vision. So we wanted to sort of lock in a future vision and make sure that we were moving in that direction starting in 2008. That was the thinking at the time. If someone would have said, this is going to last until 2024, it probably would have been a different.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick.
Okay, Councilmember Vischer.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just like Councilmember Biala, I just apologize for the extra cost. We want to have affordable housing, and $44,000 just being added onto this project is too bad. So hopefully we can avoid it in the future. And one remark about the very small units, which I think it's good to have such a variety, but the one with the wheelchair bathroom, I thought that's awesome, but it will be hard to get a wheelchair next to that bed if the bed is a double bed like has been drawn in the plan. It's just a practical remark. But and I have one question. The outdoor space has to be permeable, the driveway. Will that be enforced once the building is in use, or is it up to the owner? There's no way the city can check whether that's being changed or not.
So it's written into the conditions of approval. So if they deviate from that, then they may have to amend their conditional use permit, which
The
would,
city's probably not going in to check, so we can only hope that the owner
Yeah.
will understand how important it is to make that permeable and to keep that way.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think it's awesome that we can have 6 more units in that one lot. Thank you. No more questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I normally wouldn't ask this question, but it looks like we have a lot of time here tonight. I'm curious, what's the, you might not know the answer, the smallest an apartment can be in the city of Marina? And if you don't know, that's fine, but
I know the answer for an ADU, that might help. The smallest an ADU can be is 150 square feet.
160.
150, 150 is the absolute smallest an ADU can be for an apartment. I believe it's bigger than that. I don't know the exact number.
Okay, thank you.
On size, I just wanted to point out that these are going to range from 352 square foot units up to 520 square foot units. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Those are really small. Isn't a tiny home 800 square feet or less?
Yes, that's correct.
So these are half of a tiny home, sort of.
Yes.
And so if this is a example of where we're going in the future, I think it's what younger generations, it's where they're going to be coming from, until they're done with college and, starting a family or something like that. And in Pacific Grove, there are a lot of homes that are 900 to 1,200 square feet, and they grew generations of families in those homes. And so this is even smaller, and it's perfect for the people that need a small flat. So I'm really excited to see these built. I can't wait to see them. And they're right here. So we're going to be in our neighborhood. Thanks again, Nick and Gary, and all of your people on your team. We really appreciate what you've done here. Okay. Any final comments before we move to a vote? Seeing none, would someone like to make a motion? Councilmember Biala?
Yeah, I just have to find it. Let's see. Here we go. Well, okay, let's see. I move to adopt the resolution XXX 2124 approving the 226 Palm specific plan, which establishes the development standards of the conditional use permit and site and architectural design review for a 6-unit apartment building at 226 Palm Avenue. The Planning Commission recommended approval on February 8th, 2024. That's not necessarily in the resolution. This project exempt from the CEQA under the guidelines section 15332 for infill development projects.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second from Councilmember Fisher. Any final comments before we go to a vote? Hearing none. Thank you again to everyone involved with this project. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Fantastic. So that project passes unanimously. Was it unanimous in the Planning Commission as well? Fantastic. Great job, Gary and everyone. All right. Have a nice evening. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to our frequent flyer, Monterey Salinas Transit, who's generous enough of their time to come see us now and then. I think last time it was on surf, and today it's on similar transit-oriented development.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Michelle Overmeyer. I'm the Director of Planning and Innovation for Monterey Salinas Transit. I'm joined virtually by our consultant, Mike Iswalt of Kimley Horn. For those of you that don't know, MST is the public transit operator in Monterey County and in the city of Marina. The city of Marina represents the fourth highest ridership city we serve. And many of you know one of our major projects is the SURF Busway and Bus Rapid Transit project that will provide a faster trip for passengers that are traveling within Marina and the surrounding communities. Let's see. I'm not sure maybe I'm controlling the slides. So here is a screenshot of our SURF project. It's going to increase service on the line 20 from every 30 minutes today to every 15 minutes on the weekends. And it will bypass the congestion on Highway 1 that slows down our transit buses. So it'll make service more reliable. The project is at 95% design, and we have funding from local, state, and federal partners, including a $2.5 million earmark from Senator Laird. And while the SURF project is exciting and it tends to generate a lot of discussion, a lot of public comment, this is not what's on the agenda tonight. So I'm happy to talk with each of you one-on-one. If you have specific project questions or want to do a bus ride with me, we can talk offline. But tonight we're going to focus on the land use and transportation connection. The Federal Transit Administration provides MST with millions of dollars every year for operating and capital assistance. And they've indicated that they'd like to see our region have a stronger land use and transportation collaboration when they award these federal funds in the future. And this may be a consideration for rail funding in future years. So for that reason, MST has been working on this corridor planning study between Salinas and Monterey. The study has some best practices that Mike will go into in just a minute that can help Marina manage what you just heard, the state law AB 2097, which puts some limitations on how the city can apply parking minimums for new developments. So transportation-oriented development can help that. MST has no land use authority, so we're not proposing any land use changes here, but we recognize that the linkage between transportation and land use is important. So the study itself is linked within the staff report, and I will now turn it over to Mike.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Mike Giswell with Kimley Horn. We led the transit development study that we'll talk about here tonight. And
Mike,
that's, yes.
Mike, we welcome you, but it's hard to hear you. It's a little garbled. So I don't know if you turn off your video, if that's going to help, but please proceed. Just want to let you know.
Okay, thank you. I'll just turn off my video there. Does that sound better?
Not much, but maybe you can try it. Just keep going and we'll tell you in about 15 seconds.
Okay, great. So the primary objective of the study was identifying, as Michelle had mentioned, really trying to identify how we can strengthen the land use and transportation connection along the SURF corridor and really along all these corridors where MST operates transit. So the primary objective was to identify first and last mile strategies and land use best practices to increase transit ridership. There was also a number of other secondary objectives that we were focused on in the study. Those include strengthening regional collaboration. That's one of the reasons why we're here tonight. To identify potential transit-oriented development opportunity areas along the SURF corridor, and to identify best practices to help those TOD areas to generate ridership for transit. Third was then to identify first and last mile access strategies. So this is first and last mile strategies are the ways that you get to transit. 85% of MST's riders walk or bike to transit. So this study was looking at how we can improve those connections to get people there, as well as transportation demand management strategies, TDM strategies. So these are things that often accompany development projects, and they often include things like discounted transit passes. So these are strategies to help people to find transportation alternatives to driving. And the last is to compete for grant funding. So there's a number of transportation improvements in the study that, by helping to identify those projects, putting some cost estimates to them, helps the city of Marina, the other cities along the corridor, to apply for different types of grants for things like active transportation planning, different Caltrans funds, things of that nature. Next slide, please. So the study looked at 5 distinct study areas along the corridor, and we looked at the different opportunity zones within each of those study areas. So the 5 study areas included Salinas, Marina, the Cal State University Monterey Bay area around the 5th Street Transit Center, and that includes parts of the dunes. An area along Del Monte that is split between Sand City and Seaside, and an area, and the last area at the south was an area that's split between Monterey and the city of Seaside. So within each of these areas, we identified residential parcels, locations that had vacant land, and we looked at the different opportunities across those different parcels, and we recommended what we call place types. So in planning parlance, place types are just ways of looking at potential densities and kind of building footprints, if you will. And really along the corridor, we base those on access to different things, kind of proximity to transit centers. And within the city of Marina, we identified 3 of these place types. So those are noted here with the green dots in the city of Marina. So that's what we're calling North Reservation Road, South Reservation Road, and East Del Monte Boulevard. And these activity centers, for the purposes of this analysis, we identified that these were major activity types, and this is consistent with the vitalization specific plan densities that the city is considering. And these have densities of 70 units per acre in what's considered to be the core land use designation. And so this is consistent. So everything which we looked at as part of the study is consistent with the city's plans and upcoming specific plan. And as part of this, all of these different assumptions we were able to develop estimates of population change, and then ultimately getting to estimates of ridership impacts to MST's services. Next slide, please. So to zoom in a bit on the city of Marina. So what you see with the dark outline, that area is the overall study area that we considered. And this is consistent with the vitalization specific plan area. So we want to be consistent there. And we had worked with staff to ensure that the boundaries for what we were looking at were consistent. And then within there, we then identified, again, we went through this process of looking at parcels, looking at undeveloped parcels, areas kind of close to the Marina Transit Exchange, for instance, and identified what you see in blue up here. These are the opportunity zones that we then put through our analysis to then look at the potential for development, the potential for ridership increases, and what that would translate for the CERF ridership. And in the study, we had identified that looking along the entire corridor, looking at development patterns and at these opportunity zones, that ridership could increase somewhere between about 10 to 18% from additional development focused in these areas with good connections to transit. The next slide. And then along with those land use with that land use study. We also then looked at the first and last mile connections, so all of these different transportation improvements to help people get safely to transit. And what you see on here are a series of different recommendations, and you'll see this then throughout the study. So for each of those study areas, we have similar recommendations. And what we looked at were a series of bus stops. So the SURF BRT project primarily is looking at the busway, and it doesn't include a number of these bus stops that are kind of outside of that FTA description. And so as part of this study, we wanted to identify different bus stop improvements that we feel would help to boost ridership. And so we went through a process of evaluating the existing stops and making some recommendations for what we're calling an enhanced or a basic stop. And so that's noted here on the map. We also went intersection to intersection and looked at existing crosswalks, existing bulb outs, other kinds of things that help to narrow the crossings for pedestrians, that make pedestrians more visible to drivers. And so we grouped different improvements or different intersections into what we're calling major or minor improvements. And so we went through a process of identifying at a high level what some of those improvements could consist of, and then putting some high level cost estimates to that. And that's kind of what I referred to before with competing for grant funding. So these are the kinds of things that just at a high level, helping us get a sense across the corridor what the total package of different improvements could look like. And then we also then cross-referenced this with, we worked with staff to identify existing projects and existing improvements, which the city is already considering along Del Monte and Reservation. And those are what you see in the green boxes there. So this is to account for some intersection improvements and some road diets and some other traffic calming studies that are being considered along those corridors. So again, just wanted to make sure that this study is consistent with work that your city is already doing. Next slide. And so really what we're asking tonight for council consideration and really for the next steps here is, again, just to reiterate that MSD is not responsible for land use, but they are responsible for implementing the planned SURF BRT, the BRT stops, and the other supportive infrastructure within its right-of-way as defined in its FTA application. And so MST proposes to work with the city to coordinate and to implement the future transit supportive improvements that are identified in the study, which will require collaboration with developers and owners of adjacent land uses, and to work with a variety of different stakeholders to then secure the grant funding. So a lot of these types of transportation improvements can be rolled into development applications, or can be coordinated with developers as they bring applications forward, projects forward, to make space to be able to accommodate an enhanced bus stop, or to incorporate some of the transportation or some of the intersection improvements that were recommended in the study. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Michelle.
Thank you, Mike. So that concludes our presentation. And again, the agenda item was to receive the presentation. We're happy to take any feedback and answer questions on the corridor planning study.
Thank you, Michelle and Mike and Lisa, and everyone who might have, had a hand in this study. Talking about first or last mile, I know that tonight's presentation was focused on dense neighborhoods, many units per acre. But first and last mile, to me, I think of a lot of our residents can't access a bus station if they live about a third of our city lives on Rain Dollar corridor. A good number of people live on the Lake Drive corridor, which is closer to Del Monte, and a good number of our people live on Cardosa Avenue corridor. Those people, they're not as densely arranged, in as multifamily areas, but they're within a mile. And how do they get onto these bus trunks?
Yeah, that's a good question. Part of the recommendations include, for example, like the central part of the city, south of the Marina Transit Exchange. It's really difficult to make that direct connection if maybe middle school students are going to the skate park or the rec center there. They have to kind of meander around town. There isn't a direct route. And so that was one of the suggested improvements, is including or increasing the pedestrian walkways. Mike, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, there are a number of locations where there are missing sidewalks. There are locations where there are some intersections on Rhine Dollar and some other locations where crosswalks could be improved. We were really focused on these kind of major locations that have the higher volume kind of crossings, but there are on these maps. We do have, to Michelle's point, there are some. We have something along Palm Avenue there as well to try to improve. But you're correct that there are the first and last mile starts at someone's house, and while the end of that trip is getting to the transit stop to then access the bus, we do have to look at that entire area. And there are we just didn't include those cost estimates for the study.
Okay, so on a high level, it seems like this transit-oriented development planning process is addressing our R4 neighborhoods, which are closer to Reservation Road and Del Monte. And I guess as a lower priority would be those single-family R1 districts that won't be served anytime soon with increased, it's decreased over time because MST had 2008, economic crises along with everyone else. So all the neighborhood bus stops cease to exist then. And I think that is a second priority, I guess, to restore that kind of service because it's so expensive and not as high volume ridership as we expect in the R4 more densely arranged neighborhoods. Is that kind of a high level?
I would say so. This
accuracy?
study really focused on line 20 and about a half a mile to a mile from the line 20 corridor. And that's Reservation and Del Monte. And it looks like Lisa wants to jump in.
All right. So a half a mile to a mile from line 20, right? And that mile would go to Cardosa and Lake and Rain Dollar, but they're not really in the picture here as far as expected to be addressed, right?
So the study area we looked at, I don't remember what slide we're on here, but we tried to mirror what the downtown vitalization plan had. So trying to be consistent with that.
Okay, so the half mile that you mentioned, that's not being implemented as much as addressing the downtown vitalization plan area, which might be, a few hundred yards, wide.
Mike, do you want to contribute here?
There's as we developed, we had to put a boundary on what we were looking at in the study, and we felt that it was important, particularly on the land use side, to really align as closely as possible, because that's where that's where the vitalization plan is looking. That's where most of the opportunity sites are, is really along those corridors. As we started looking at the transportation improvements along those corridors, like the number of things on here there's over a dozen projects on here. The cost of those is pretty significant. As you move into the neighborhoods, there's no doubt that there's needs there as well. We just had to draw the line somewhere, not only for the analysis purpose, but we are still looking at, in each of these 5 study areas, several millions of dollars worth of safety improvements, and that money, focused on those being corridors, is where the primary, where most of the crashes and collisions kind of occur.
Right. So I wasn't objecting. I was just trying to get confirmation that this plan really addresses as the highest priority our R4 more densely populated areas, and it doesn't prioritize the R1 areas to get those people who are within a half mile to a mile. It's really getting our R4 folks on the bus.
I'd say that's an accurate statement.
Okay. All right. Any questions for Michelle and her team? Councilmember Vischer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, no doubt that, ideally we would have better bus service in the neighborhoods. But I agree that you need to start somewhere to improve line 20 is very important. You can also turn it around and say the people who live within these half miles from these bus stops, they are lucky. They have great bus service, and it will only get better with the Surf busway. So like the apartments that we just approved, they will be lucky, those people, because they can walk to one of the line 20 bus stops. And I personally cannot wait for South Marina to get access to that fast line when we get the Fifth Street bus stop there. So just some remarks here. So thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Biala?
Yes, it's my perennial quest, is that when we do presentations that we have it on the dais, because I can only see it from here, and I can't read this little tiny picture on here, but I'd like to see this. It's in our staff packet and it's very tiny, so I can't. Have you seen our staff packet? It's the this one says TOD planning study recommended transportation improvements.
Yeah, that was slide 6.
Slide 6. Could we see it? Because I can't actually see it in here anymore. And
Slide 6.
but Matt, can we get this presentation? No, I mean, hard copy, because I always like to refer to things, and we don't have this, and I couldn't look at it beforehand. It's here, this one. Okay, so there's a Busby Lane, and looks like it's other pedestrian and bicycle improvements. Okay, so that I was thinking that was the extension part. You know how in front of the MST and the post office, the road just kind of stops,
Right.
and I think that we were expecting that road continue. And I don't know if that's still in the plans, but is that part of this area then?
Exactly. That's what I was mentioning with the students that use the stop at Marina Transit Exchange trying to get to the rec center. They can't get through there right now.
Right.
And that's the most direct route.
Right. And we're looking at this really only for pedestrian and bicycle improvements, but Lane, do we know if there's any plans for us to make some kind of road there? Because I remember those 2 projects, we looked at it, and that was the idea back then.
No, there won't be any road going through there. Those are developed out lands, developed out properties.
Okay. Okay, so there's no possibility then for us to ever see that there might be a further inland part of the transit system. So, okay, that's just my thought about that. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks again, Michelle.
We
And
have
Ms.
another
Michael.
council.
Sorry, Jenny. Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for this presentation. I was wondering, a little bit off topic, but could you talk about the voucher program that you do have available for senior citizens, veterans, and disabled people, and how they can go about getting those vouchers?
Sure. We have a taxi voucher program through Measure Q, and that supports discounted service, mobility service for seniors, people with disabilities, and veterans. I believe it's $3 that they pay, and the meter can go up to $20, 17 to $20. And the city of Marina is a participant in that. So if they are a Marina resident, then they qualify under one of those categories.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Vischer, you have the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I forgot something. Last meeting, I asked about parking at the transit center in Marina, transit station, and how important it is, I think, to try to make those parking spaces available for people for more than 15 minutes, just to make it easier for people to reach 920. They might have a car that they can park during the day. So I know this will be on a future agenda, I think, city manager.
That's correct. We're going to just bring the topic up and then see if the council wants to add that to our work program.
I would really like that. So I need to ask my.
It'll be project 141.
41A, yes, we can handle it. We can, yeah, hopefully we can stretch two off soon, so there's room for another one. No, really, I think it's so important to make it as easy as possible for people to take the bus. So, and it doesn't make sense having a parking lot sitting there with restrictions, I think. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, thanks, Mike, for leading us through that discussion. And thanks again, Lisa and Michelle.
Thank you.
Have a very nice evening. Let's go to public comment. Thank you, everybody. Starting with anyone in this room who'd like to speak. Not seeing anyone rise. Let's go to those online. Jeff Markham. Matt, can you help him in? I'm having a little difficulty. Please. Go ahead, Jeff. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council persons, and thank you, MST, for the presentation. If I may, I would like to advise the council to go to the MST website and look over the comprehensive operational analysis final network plan, which is available on their website. It's dated February 2022. It's a broad overview of exactly what MST is trying to accomplish throughout their network. And it's fairly clear throughout that document that really what they're trying to do is move people through the big population areas between Salinas and Monterey. And I can't disagree with their goal, but it's no surprise to me that really they're emphasizing line 20, because line 20 in their plan is really the way that they get people from Salinas through Marina to Monterey. And they mention all of the different scenarios that they go through, and they talk about all the different stuff, and they don't even mention Marina. They talk about the space where they're going to do the transition, but they don't mention the city. And I think it's really, beholden to the city council, since they have so many plans to get, people through Marina, and they have a lot of things they're going to be asking the council to do, to use your leverage to expand the last mile that we have in Marina. They've taken away all of I live on Rain Dollar. They've taken away all of our local stops. I have to walk a mile in one direction, almost 2 miles in the next direction to get down to line 20. And I'm an able-bodied person. I can't imagine what somebody who has mobility issues would do. So my question to you is, what are you going to do when you're greenlighting all of these MST projects through our town to improve access to these areas? I'm a little bit upset with Ms. Councilperson Fisher saying how lucky people near line 20 are, when people like me are so far away and nothing that's being proposed is going to help give access to these lines. So, push. Don't just sit there and listen to these presentations and say, wow, how lucky we are that, line 20 is going through. How are we going to take advantage of making sure that people like me and everybody else that wants to use these lines have access?
All good points, Jeff. Thank you very much. All right, let's go to Denise Turley. Good evening, Denise.
Good evening. I echo the sentiment of the gentleman that spoke before me. Line 20 is good. I've lost count how many times the signs in my neighborhood have changed as to what the bus number is. It just seems to be a perpetual roll of the dice. Perhaps MST could provide a 1-page, 8.5 by 14 sheet so that we could actually see what the bus routes are and where they connect. And that could be available maybe for download from their website. But I want to also echo the comments that there are many areas of Marina that need access to a bus that are not being serviced. And I am not speaking about the handicap program, which I used until my mother died for in excess of 15 years. That service was door to door and really served her well. And thank you for that. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Denise, anyone else wishing to comment, please raise your hand. We'll give you another moment to do so. Okay, so we'll close public comment, and I personally want to comment on Jeff's comments. We talked a little earlier about how in 2008 and 2009, MST had serious budget difficulties and had to cut a lot of service in all of their areas. So if you went to Seaside or Monterey, you'd see a lot of bus cuts in these R1 neighborhoods, these single family home neighborhoods. And as far as what's being done for Marina, I think it's kind of consistent with history that when you look at the county-wide network, you want to get the major population center of Salinas to the major job center of the Monterey Peninsula, and Marina is conveniently sort of in the middle. So what benefits others is often going to have benefits for us in Marina, such as, for example, reducing the wait from 30 minutes to a 15-minute frequency of the bus coming through, stopping at the Marina stops. That's not for Salinas or Monterey residents. They don't benefit by having stops at 15 minutes. That's to serve Marina residents and get people in Marina to get on the bus more because it's making the service better. And the improved bus stations at Palm Avenue and 5th Street, that's not going to help Monterey and Salinas unless they get off the bus to go shopping in Marina. But it's definitely going to help people who want to park their bikes or have a better, a more relaxed or higher quality wait at these better improved bus stations than just the bus stops that we have now. So I think that there's mutual benefits when Line 20 is improved. And I think all of the MST's municipalities they serve would like to have the R1 district served better like it was in the past. And frankly, the R1s that were served here in the past prior to 2008 were very very low ridership. And so they were the first to be cut and they'll be the last to be added back because they don't have the bang for the buck that the more dense areas get that have people that have to use the bus to go to work and live in densely populated areas such as along our Reservation Road and Del Monte Boulevard corridors. So if you're going to do triage, bringing improvements to transit-oriented developments in Marina, it's wise dollars spent to do it on Line 20, but it doesn't serve the R1. And a lot of our R1 is still within a half mile to a mile, which is not a lot of time to take to walk, 10 minutes to 20 minutes to get to a bus and get into where you need to go to work or wherever. So we need better service, but in these R1 neighborhoods, but we ourselves as a city have not prioritized connecting sidewalks that are missing since we were a county jurisdiction before we were a city. A lot of missing sidewalks so that it makes it harder for the people who want to walk to get to these bus stops to do so if they don't have a sidewalk, and parents may not want their kids to walk through a labyrinth of streets, including some that are missing sidewalks. So if we ourselves haven't done a better job prioritizing walkability in town and bikeability in town, we can't expect MST to sort of take the helm in that regard. But I think what they're here tonight to do is to prime us to be more of a partner with them so they can help us get funding for the projects that they think and we think are high priority. And we need to discuss with them during the next couple of years what those projects, probably next couple of months, what those projects are. Okay, enough of me. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to take an opportunity to thank you and echo your comments. As I'm listening to the presentation, I'm thinking, MST is only successful to the extent that they can increase their ridership. And we're not the experts on making that happen, but what we can do is listen to feedback from MST on how we can help kind of make that happen. And the sidewalk is a perfect example, right? So when MST identifies specific things through their studies that the city of Marina can do to help increase your ridership, I hope you won't hesitate to let us know, because I think for me personally, that's a worthy goal. And I would think that many others on this dais would have that same goal. So, but sometimes we need to hear that from the outside. So those are my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further comments before let's go to Councilmember Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, like you already mentioned, Mr. Mayor, Marina is in a unique situation. We are in between Salinas and Monterey. We can be in Salinas in 20 minutes or in Monterey in 20 minutes when we take the bus, which is awesome. And of course, vice versa. People from there can reach us in just a short amount of time. And for the speakers, thank you for your public comments. And when I said people who live close to line 20 are lucky, I hope that all of us can be lucky in the future to be close to a bus stop. We need to be realistic. We cannot do it all at once. And I know that MST is planning to increase the feeder lines, or however that is called, the smaller, I always call it the smaller lines, to get that connectivity. And for me personally, I will still be about a mile away from the 5th Street station. I am healthy, I can walk it. Many of my neighbors walk to the beach, which is way harder to get to and back up. So for many people, it will be doable. And there, of course, is the new Terracina project on 2nd Avenue, which will be so close to 5th Street. And there's a higher chance that people who live there will need the buses. Unlike me, I have a car. I can choose to ride my car, or I can take the bus just for fun or to avoid having to park my car somewhere. But many people, they need the buses. And it's also many people who live in Marina who take the bus to go to work in Monterey. We can see it when we take the bus later this week, probably. So thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, thanks again, everybody. Good discussion. We're ready to move on to our next action item of increasing salary for mayors and council members. You couldn't go the other way very far.
So
thanks again, Lisa and Michelle.
but Linda's going to handle this item, but I want to put some context in this. This was brought up at our retreat a year and a half ago, and council had asked us to not a top priority, but to put it on our work program. And so we are at the direction of council bringing it back. And it really is just a starting point for a discussion. The information we're putting out here is just information, or would put a recommendation, really is just a starting point. We want to get feedback from council and give us some direction on next steps that you'd want us to move forward with.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The discussion item before you is related to Mayor and Council salary, as City Manager mentioned. Currently, under the City of Marina Charter, Council has the authority to adopt an ordinance to increase salaries for the Mayor and Council. The last increase for City Council for the City of Marina was 34 years ago in 1990. Population and complexity has increased since then and changed since then in the last 34 years. And I think it's important to note that there's a significant number of hours and resources that the council expends to perform their duties as council in preparing and attending council meetings and making policy decisions for the city. Since the last increase, the cost of living has increased by 300%. And current salary for the mayor and council, for the mayor, it's $250 a month. And for council members, it's $200 a month. In 2023, Senate Bill 329 was introduced. And the California legislature recognized the need to update mayor and council salaries for cities across the state. SB 329 applies to general law cities. And as mentioned earlier, Marina is a charter city. However, many charter cities are looking to SB 329 as guidance. SB 329 is intended to address recent inflationary increases and economic realities facing California cities, while also removing barriers for equitable representation in local government and making it easier for public servants to balance careers and their personal lives. The bill also helps city councils become more diverse because increased compensation can attract candidates from various socioeconomic backgrounds. SB 329 provided some parameters on compensation based on population, noting cities with a population of 35,000 can increase compensation up to $950 per month, and limiting subsequent increases to 5% per year from the operative date of the last salary adjustment. The League of California Cities, in a letter of support for SB 329, noted lengthy time commitments and limited pay as barriers to running for office, especially for low-income, single-parent, people of color, and younger individuals who may otherwise be interested in serving in local government. We looked at some comparable cities in the Monterey Peninsula area, and City Marina is on the lower end of that. The chart is included in the report and in the PowerPoint presentation. There is a draft, there is a draft ordinance included to begin the discussion, as Lane mentioned, with the recommended compensation discussion at the average of the local peninsula cities, with the mayor's compensation at $550 per month and council members at $400 per month. The effective date of any changes would be 30 days from the adoption of any ordinance. Any increase in salaries would have additional ongoing annual costs. I'd be happy to answer any questions to help facilitate the discussion.
Thank you, Belinda. What did Salinas just do, did you say tonight?
Salinas is not part of our list, but they did just update their increase, and they increased 300%. So I believe they were at 800 a month and they increased to about 2550.
So the mayor was at 800 or the council was at 800?
I believe the council.
Council was at $800 per month and they bumped it up to $25.50 per month.
$25.50. Let me just double check because I think I had that. We primarily looked at the peninsula cities, but I think I looked at just other cities in the county. Yes, $25.50 for both mayor and council.
Okay. In the county of Santa Cruz, are you aware of the ballpark that they pay?
We did not look at Santa Cruz.
Okay. My memory is that long ago, like 10, 15, 20 years ago, their mayor was making around $3,000 and their council members were making around $2,200 per month. And that was a lot of years ago. So I think that Monterey County has always treated their mayors and city councils quite differently. So even with 160,000 people in Salinas, paying the mayor $800 is basically a volunteer stipend. And we in the city of Marina, focusing on us for the moment now, we've always been volunteers. But I think I'm talking too much because we haven't heard from the public yet. Because I forgot that we go to the public now first. So let's go to the public and then we'll come back to city council. Does any member of the public who's in the room wish to speak to this matter? Not seeing anyone rise, we'll go to the remote folks, starting with Carmelita Garcia.
Good evening, and thank you for your service. And Mayor Delgado, thank you so much for your very kind hospitality this evening with the new council members swearing in. So I would encourage all of you to continue this dialogue, more importantly, to approve an increase for all of you. And I would do that 100% based on what the bill is suggesting. And also, if you look at, there's also, shoot, I can't find it. Well, anyway, there's a CalApp law that actually has a specific dollar amount based on the population of cities. And so for Marina, with your population of 22,507, it would be $950 to start. And I would say go with that. You know what happens when people, out of the goodness of their hearts and what have you, decide not to increase this or not charge that, or to set a lower price. What happened with anything? What happens is that when the reality sets in, it's like sticker shock. Eyebrows go up. There might be some negativity about it, and what have you. That's why I feel it is so important that you get on board right as soon as you can at what is being suggested. Don't negotiate it, just go for it. And then you do your annual increases the way it should have been, long time ago. And I'm encouraging you, because being an elected official in 2024 is nothing like being one in 1990. You have to be so much on top of issues and running a city effectively. It's just very, very different. It's almost like being in law school, so much to learn and what have you. So I would really, really encourage you, again, to continue the dialogue. Bottom line, approve an ordinance that gives you an increase at what is being suggested at 100%. I just want to emphasize again, being an elected official in 2024 is nothing like having been one in 1990. Times have changed, and they are continuing to change at a rapid pace. And now, you all will get to play around with AI. That's the new thing coming in. So again, I thank you all very much for your service. I know what it's like, and I just encourage you to approve and continue the dialogue. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Carmelita. Let's go to Denise Turley. Welcome back, Denise.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. So I've heard comments in previous council meetings that council members have to use this money to cover any trips that they are sent on. Is that true? Is there a reimbursement for a trip if you're sent to Las Vegas to a convention for water or, whatever? And then my second question is, could you enlighten the public if this money is taxable to you if you have to report it as income? And the third and final question is there any expenses that you're now having to cover that this would help cover? That anyway, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise. And we'll get to the answers shortly. Let's now go back to Jeff Markham. Welcome back, Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor Delgado. As a former Santa Cruz resident and current Santa Cruz property owner, you're correct. The mayor makes, I believe, $3,400 a month, and city council people make $1,700 a month. I believe the mayor also gets benefits as well. And I am very much supportive of increasing the support of our council people and mayor. It's a volunteer position, but the demands that are placed upon you are very high. And there's a practical aspect, for corruption and things like that. The lower you pay people, the higher the chance of people being unduly influenced crops in. And also that people who would like to serve would look at it and say, I can't do that for what's being paid. So I wholly support increasing the support of council people and the mayor.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. Anyone else wishing to speak on this matter? We'll give you a moment to raise your hand. All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And I wanted to address at least one of Denise's questions, and maybe staff can address some of the couple of the others. As far as expenses and taxability, the $250 I get every month is taxed. So in my pocket, I get $212. I spend about 30 hours a week. So that's 120 hours a month for $212. So it's about $1.75 per hour that I receive for the work I do for the city. And it's been that way since I was on city council in 2000, although I got $50 less than being a city council member, as city council members now get $50 less than the mayor. So it's almost laughable that there's been no increase in our volunteer stipend since 1990. I mean, that's 33 years. I mean, what other income has stayed the same the last 33 years? So it's kind of a no-brainer. And in the staff report, it mentions that this underpayment, low payment discourages low-income residents who can't afford to do what we do because they've got to work for their time. Single parents, when was the last time we had a single parent? Jenny has joined us. She's not a single parent. Young people, when was the last time we had a young person on this council? And people of color, I think we're fortunate to have Christina Medina Dirksen, who's been on our council and no longer, and to have Councilmember Yala and myself, but African Americans, Vietnamese, Filipinos, go on down the litany of cultures represented in Marina. How many of those are on planning commissions and other commissions and city councils? So if we want diversified leadership, then we've got to pay more to attract more people. When only one person runs for office for a city council position, it shows you that there's a reason why more people don't want to step up. And I'm sure that to the extent that we can afford it, and what we're talking about tonight, I think the recommendation would result in a $13,000 per year increase split between the five of us. That's not a very large increase to our budget per year. So that's my thoughts in responding to Denise's couple of questions. She had another question. Maybe our city manager can address it, or
Sure. She'd asked about reimbursements for conferences and things like that. And yes, the council does get reimbursed when they go to conferences like the League of Cities. I have orientation or planning commission, and they have League of Cities trainings, and so they do get reimbursed for that. The council doesn't go out of town or out of state conferences typically. Then she had a question about out of pocket expenses, and I know just from talking to individual with council members that everyone it covers a lot of your out of pocket expenses. You have a lot of meetings. You'll maybe have lunches with constituents, with different developers and things like that, and you're paying those out of pocket. And so I know there's sometimes a significant amount that you pay out of pocket.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation and the information. I was wondering, does the city council have the council members and the mayor have the option to participate in the health benefits, the health insurance coverage?
At this time, no.
Okay, and then on the comparable slide, is this the total benefit package or just the monthly compensation that is paid? Because I do know that there's several cities that provide medical insurance to their council members who choose to participate.
Currently, for the city of Marina, the council only gets the salary amount. There are no benefits attached to it.
Thank you. I'm sorry. My question was with the other cities, though, is this their total compensation package or just what they receive stipend wise? Okay.
Just salary, yes.
Okay. Do you know which ones in the list provide health benefits?
That wasn't part of the parameters. We were only looking at salary for this survey, but we can certainly look at that.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
City Manager Lane Long?
I do know that a lot of the cities do offer some type of medical insurance, so it certainly is not unique.
Sure. And of course, that would be up to that, council member's choice to participate or not, depending on their circumstances. I appreciated the mayor bringing up single parent. I am a parent, but I'm very fortunate that I don't have to pay caregiving cost. And whether it's a child or a parent, I do like to be mindful of that. And really, caregiving costs can run, $20 to $30 per hour. And when you're at a 6-7 hour meeting, that adds up. So when we develop this discussion more, I would appreciate my colleagues to sort of keep that in consideration when we're talking about a dollar amount. But this is definitely an interesting topic for my first meeting. And I can attest to the time that is committed to serving. Also, I recall, purchasing registrations for luncheons, cell phone, gas. There are quite a few of expenses that don't get covered. And certainly, I think that people who serve in local councils do end up paying out of pocket, quite frankly. Anyways, those are just sort of my thoughts, and I'm looking forward to this conversation.
All right. Thank you, Jenny. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have several points later, but I think I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I want people out there to understand some of the things that we do as council people. I think when we're talking about salary, and I don't consider $200 a salary, by the way, I think that for all the reasons we've stated just now, it's really important for us to look at this. And it's not just the quality, the attending the city meeting and preparing for it. It's a myriad of other things that are really critical to our roles as council people. And I don't know what about the other folks, but what I did is I just simply looked at my calendar from January, February, and the first week in March. And I just want to kind of go down this so that people get a real picture of what this means to us, because we can't make a decision just by comparing it to other cities. Marina is on the cusp of an incredible growth. We have incredible things that other cities just don't have on their agendas. And so I'm going to go through this quickly, and I hope, that it's not taken in a way that's boasting, but I just don't think people understand. So we have the council meetings. As we know, sometimes it can go for 6, 10, even 1 o'clock in the morning sometimes. And we start at 5 o'clock. So when people see us here on the dais at 6:30, we've already started at 5 for the closed session. Sometimes we have more than 2 meetings. This past month, we had 3 because we were doing interviews. And subcommittees, I'm on 2 subcommittees, one for a bond measure and then also for the general plan vision and guiding principles, which I spent a good amount of time really going for those topics. I'm heading the DEI task force, and we have our first meeting in February, and they're planned for 6 more. We had a meeting to get introduced to our new city attorney. I attended the Rec and Cultural Services Multicultural Festival Planning meeting with Andrea Willer. Organized a meeting with the chair with the State Lands Commission because there's water issues coming up, and phone conversations with State Lands Commission on the CalLand project with the upcoming lease permit. I'm the PC liaison, so I have bi-monthly meetings for that. In addition, we interviewed for the Planning Commission appointments, representing city functions at CHISPA. It's affordable housing builder that's very important to Marina. We went to the League of Cities 3-day conference for elected officials. And by the way, I don't know that we got reimbursed for travel, did we? No. So we may have gotten the payment for the seminar or workshops or conference, but not for any expenses in terms of travel. And that goes for any other travel expenses. I've never reimbursed for travel. I'm just even this morning, I was on a coastal commission. I'm on the EJ Partners quarterly meeting. So I attended that today. Then as a council member, I'm often referred, and it's very nice that young people reach out to us. So just these past 2 months, I met with somebody, a young person who was interested in museum development because they heard that I had been involved in I had been wanting to do a Fort Ord museum. There was an Asian young man who wanted to look at Asian American visibility using a coloring book on famous people that has already been published. There was a program in California to promote electric car discounts for low-income residents in Marina. So I met with that young person. UC Santa Cruz graduate student wanted to write an article about the CMEX and the water issues in the Herald. I've been spending a lot of time on sister city planning meetings with the Zoom student exchange with the local high school and the students in Japan. There's a visit from Izunu Kuni coming in July, and I've been working on that. There's a visit of Marina folks to Marina, and I've spent a lot of time on that. There's an interface with the board member and the general manager of the regional park district on the Lock Padden Park Master Plan. I participate in a weekly Peninsula Water group called RAMP because I continue to stay very updated on all the issues surrounding our water resources. I was a panel discussion person for CSUMB Use Your Voice event on February 17th. I meet monthly with a significant developer. And by the way, I never allow anyone to pay for any meals, not coffee, not lunches, not dinners. I'm always paying it for out of my own pocket because I want to avoid any kind of perception of any conflict. I'm a member of the Housing Coalition chaired by the mayor of Monterey, and I helped arrange a tour of Joby for the Philippine Council General. Then I have a whole list of other things that I would consider my voluntary work in the community simply because I am a council member, but it's not the official thing. I'm in part of the Marina High School mentorship. I work with C4SM in the Earth Day and other functions. I'm president of Asian Communities of Marina. As a board member for the Sierra Club, I've been involved recently with an issue that's come up on the Marina Station property of a settlement agreement with Sierra Club and the developer there. I'm an alumni of Black Leaders and Allies Coalition, so I was helping out in the February Black History Month and promoting the Catalyst mural unveiling, and I'm and a president of ACOM. So those are all community things that I'm not even counting. So all the things that I listed, and seriously, I just looked through my calendar. So I think that when we look at this, that we need to be considering all the other things that people don't know we're doing and say, what is the value of that? And I feel that it's far more than just comparing what we do to other cities, that we are the most important body for the local government, for the city of Marina's future. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry it took so much.
All
time.
right, so maybe Kathy deserves a raise. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so at this point, I think my only comment is I think everyone agrees that we're underpaid, right? Hardly paid at all. But I'd like to understand from the dais what our objective here is. And I think what I'm hearing is our objective is to encourage people to run that now feel that they can't. They feel like it's a financial burden, or it's just they don't feel like they're able to participate. And the bottom line for me is doubling to $400. I don't know that it does that. I'm very lucky to have a support structure at home where I'm able to be here, but I could very easily envision a scenario where I couldn't be here. So just as we go forward, I think we really need to think about that. What achieves that goal? What allows people to run that currently can't? And again, my opinion is that doubling the salary is not going to get us there. And so for that reason, if we were to vote today, I don't know that I would support that. But I'm really interested in continuing the conversation under that lens. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to not scare any potential candidates for city council, Councilmember Biala goes above and beyond. And we also appreciate that. But people who work, who have a job, should be able to also, like our new fellow Councilmember McAdams, it should be doable to combine it with a job. But I agree with Councilmember McCarthy that doubling it would not get us there. You know, $400 a month, it's still. And even if you look at the $200 in 1990, nowadays will be almost $500 in today's dollars. So why would we go lower than 500? And even that, you know, of course it will help, but I also think we need to get a procedure set up to get reimbursed for any mileage we have, any driving we do, and parking. You know, remember we're in a parking garage, we were stuck even, you know, $7.50, $15, whatever, it all adds up. And, you know, if you're lucky, you can afford it, but we want people on council who do, for whom it will be just standard to get reimbursed for those expenses. We don't want council members not to attend any events because of the cost. That's what I think. So, and also maybe for, I've asked when I started, said, can I get some office supplies? You know, can I get reimbursed? Like, no, that's why you have your $200. Okay. So for me, again, it's no problem, but I think it should be standard. And I do appreciate that we did get a laptop. I think that was a big step for the city. So, but yeah, looking at the list, I know City of Delray Oaks, they only get 100. That's even less than we get. But I know they have one council meeting a month. And we have at least 2 and regularly more than that. And like Councilmember Biala said, we meet with developers usually once a month. Same thing. I make sure I pay for my own coffee. I even pay for their coffee. So, so yeah, I haven't heard anybody who is saying let's not increase this. So the question is more how much it would be. And I also thought it's almost laughable, you know, 34 years, but something went wrong. This should have been addressed a long time ago. And this should be an automatic increase like staff gets their automatic annual increases. So those are my thoughts for now. Thank you.
Okay. And a couple more comments. You know, we all got ourselves into this, so careful what you ask for. We supported strongly the sister city, and they came here from Namwon, Korea, and Kathy Biala and others, but primarily Kathy, put a lot of effort into the red carpet treatment at very little cost to the city, if any, to host a delegation from South Korea. And now this year we're going to South Korea, but not a dime of city money is going to be paying for the 15 members who are going to South Korea, as far as I know. And just the flight alone is $1,600. So there's, you know, 8 months, spending 7 months if you're the mayor, of our salary. So careful what you ask for. You know, we signed up for this, but this is an opportunity to say, look, it's been this long, you know, for sort of self-respect, logic. You know, an intelligent person would say that we're getting underpaid and it's been a long time. So when I talked to a former mayor of Delray Oaks, I was told that, yeah, there's not really much going on in the city of Delray Oaks. He couldn't say that about Marina. I mean, it's very different. And so to meet the demands of Marina, not just sitting on our thumbs, but to be active council members, it's quite expensive in discretionary time and income that we spend on council. And so I think that everything we do is kind of in baby steps, but it's in the right direction. And so I would like to make a motion that we increase the city council members' volunteer stipend to $500 and the mayor volunteer stipend to $650. And we ask staff to come back with the necessary revised ordinance. And we also ask staff at their comfortable future timeline to come back with some ideas about childcare, should they be needed. I don't need to, childcare, but to get single parents and to sit up here and to look at benefits that are used by other cities. So that's my motion. Let me restate that 500 and 650 per month, and that we have staff to come back so we can have a discussion sometime in the future about council benefits and childcare. Is there a second?
I'm happy to second that.
Okay, let's go to discussion. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
I'm sorry to disagree with you, Mr. Mayor, but I think 500 is still so low. And yes, it is partly that we want to encourage people who work and who have circumstances in which they do need that extra money. And however much we can give them to do this extremely important job, that's one of the goals. But it's also the people who are sitting up here. It's not just for attracting new people. It's the validity of saying that what we do is important. It's vital to this city, and therefore this is the way things are measured is in terms of the dollar value of it. And it's been quite insulting, and to now have this opportunity and still act as though this was not an important function for the city of Marina, I think gets to be a little bit of a travesty to me. So if we're going to do it, I think we should do it according to the value of this position, not comparing it to other cities, and being very specific about the value to Marina in particular. So I will not be voting for this.
Would you like to make a substitute motion or suggest a friendly amendment?
I know that we're looking at 950 as the maximum based on the charter. Not the charter cities, general law cities. And
Kathy,
yet,
you want to hear from the city attorney on that?
sure.
City attorney, can you provide input, please?
So that law was just for guidance, but it is not a limit that applies to the city of Marina.
I have to think about the amount. If we don't have to follow that, and if we know that Santa Cruz is closer to 1,600 and what I forgot what they said, 2,500 for the mayor. I think we should. Oh, that's for the council. Okay, 2,500. I say I'll just throw out a number, 2,000. It's not going to be enough to create a problem of saying somebody says, gee, I get $24,000 a year, so I really want that job. It's not going to create that kind of thing. But if somebody is struggling, it will help. And if folks up on the dais don't have those limitations, but the value of their work is expressed in the amount of money that we provide for the council people. I think those are important.
What was your suggestion?
2,000. I mean, I have no grounds on which to base, but based on Santa Cruz, I'll say 2,000.
2,000 for mayor, 2,000 for council.
2,000 for council, and then I don't know, 2,250 for mayor.
Okay. Do you want to make that as a substitute motion?
Yes.
Okay. And then how about the future
benefits.
for benefits and childcare? Kathy, do you want to add that to your motion?
Sure, that there should be mileage reimbursement, and I know I spend an inordinate amount of money on printing ink and paper, but I don't know that we can sort of quantify that, but certainly mileage. And also, I think the issue of childcare for meetings, I think that should be reimbursed. If they have receipts for it or have some, I think that would be, really called for. And I'm just trying to think of some of the other ones.
Okay,
Healthcare, I'm
um,
not sure.
So let's bring our city attorney into this. The agenda item is about salaries. The original motion was to ask staff at their convenience to come back with a discussion about childcare benefits, and we could add reimbursements to that. But City Attorney Renee Ortega, would we be going too far to be making a motion tonight about anything other than salaries?
I think you can give staff direction to come back, and which is what your original motion contemplated.
Okay. All right. So Kathy, would you please restate your motion?
Sorry, that I move to increase the salaries of the council members to 2,000 a month and 2,250 per month for the mayor.
And then about the other items?
And to recommend that staff research the possible other benefits like childcare reimbursement and mileage reimbursement and any other things that they might find.
Such as healthcare benefits?
Healthcare benefits.
All right. Is there a second for that motion?
I will second.
Okay. Let's go to discussion. Councilmember McAdams and then McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to also suggest a friendly amendment to include the 5% automatic increase annually. And then when we're talking about direction to staff, to include a travel reimbursement process similar to department heads and directors in the city. If there's already a process, I would just think it would be easier to sort of piggyback on what's already in the employee manual or employee handbook.
So there's a
Thank you.
suggestion for a friendly amendment. Does the motion maker, Kathy Biala, are you? okay
Yes,
with
I
that?
accept it. Yes.
Okay, and then does the second hold?
Yes.
Councilmember Vischer? Okay, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. But first, I forgot to say earlier, I really appreciate staff bringing this to us and doing the work. I know it's a little bit of an uncomfortable topic, so thank you for doing that and listening to us complain about not getting enough money, essentially. I'm kind of debating whether I want to put another motion on the table, just kind of slowing a little bit and asking to be a little bit more methodical. And I mean, we've kind of been throwing out these numbers, which is great. And I think that they seem like they might be in the ballpark, but I always worry when we kind of change these kind of things so drastically at the last moment. So I'm wondering if there's an appetite to put another motion on the table that would ask staff to hear everything that we've said on the dais today, generally understand that we're asking for much more than, $400 for these positions. And then really study what really would encourage more people to participate. Because I don't know what that is. For me, it wouldn't be childcare. Turns out I don't have kids, right? For me, it wouldn't be healthcare. Turns out I'm lucky enough to have healthcare. And that's okay. I'm already here. You're not trying to encourage me to participate. But what is it that would encourage those residents that aren't participating? Is it childcare? Is it healthcare? I would assume yes. But how do we kind of look at that objectively and a more data-driven kind of approach to that? Are there other things that would encourage people to participate that aren't participating currently? So is there an appetite from the dais to kind of take that direction instead of kind of setting in stone what we're asking for monetarily wise now, or?
I would say that if we kind of tabled this until we got all the information you just discussed, it puts a burden on staff, and that probably translates to a long time. I mean, to find out why people aren't running for city council, that's going out in the public and getting some data, right? Which is great. So I think that we can take action and have future steps to move in the direction that you might want to go or anyone else wants to go. But it's like everything else. It's nice to take bites out of it and keep moving instead of, paralysis through, not having enough information ever. Anyone else want to comment on the question asked by Councilor McCarthy?
I don't think we'll ever know why somebody might run in the first place, nor what incentives or, think benefits that they would have. I just don't think that we could ever quantify that. It's so varied. I think that would be, just a delay. And I want to say that we're calling it a salary, which is kind of, I mean, the mayor works for $1.75 an hour. And salary. Yeah. And we're calling it a salary. And I want to say that if you were employed, you would not expect to be criticized almost on every decision that you make. This is not a salary position in which it's all roses and devotion and commitment and, and ideas for the city. No, this is a very complicated kind of position, and it has been more challenging than any of my long career in healthcare. The kinds of things that we are subject to in terms of sometimes not very nice comments and challenges at everything we do is completely different than an employment situation. So I just want to make that really clear. Your boss may have the ability to criticize you, but not everybody in your whole corporate organization does not have the opportunity to criticize and comment about everything you do. And in these positions, it's that. So you can't even compare this to any employment position. So this salary thing is kind of a misnomer, I think. But anyway, thank you.
Okay. Any other response to Councilman McCarthy's ask? Councilmember Elizabeth?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we cannot put a dollar amount on for people being able to say whatever they like to us. But, we're serving, so that's part of the deal. But I was just thinking about the medical benefits, the healthcare. I think we'll find out once if staff comes back and say, we could offer this, we'll find out, because I'm thinking the 4 applicants there were for the recent vacancy at Jenny, all 4 people had jobs. So they already had healthcare, their benefits. And we don't know how we can open it up if we would offer it. We could get some single parents or people who are stay-at-home moms or anyway, we will find out. And if we don't need it because we have spouses with benefits or we are on Medicare, retired, then we won't use it. But I think it would be great to just open it up to as many people as we can. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, let's go to our city manager and then back to Councilmember McCarthy.
Just want to clarify our process a little bit. What we have is an ordinance on the books. And so what we need from the council tonight is direction to go back and come back and amend our ordinance. And the ordinance has a lot of things. It goes back, obviously, 30 some years. It has specific things in there. You're not to be reimbursed for mileage and these things like that. And so I think what we need is direction. We'll go back and based on your direction, come back to you with a proposed cleanup of our ordinance and a whole new ordinance.
All right. So Councilmember Biala, you have a motion on the table. I think if you amended it to just state that in addition to what you've already motioned, that you would like staff to come back with a revised ordinance.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. There's a second hold.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the discussion. In terms of health insurance, I did have a question. Do we know other cities that offer this health insurance benefit? Is that something that council members have to still pay for, though? I mean, is it like being a regular, because I assume regular staff pays a percentage of their pay towards the premiums. Do we know how that works in other cities?
I really think it varies. And so if council wants us, we can go back pretty quickly and see what the compensation packages other cities. They may just cover the council member only, may cover their whole family. There's just a lot. I think it varies quite a bit, but we could certainly go back and see exactly what those total compensation packages are.
Thank you. Yeah, because I do agree that could be huge. I'll be curious to see when it comes back what the options are there.
Right. May I make a question to Belinda on this. And in regular employment situations, if an employee did not need, like the spouse was working and had coverage, then they can opt out, but then they are compensated in other ways, right? Monetarily for the value of that health insurance.
Not entirely for the value, but there's usually, if you opt out from health insurance, there's an amount.
Salary, exactly, the salary
Maybe-
increase or something.
I don't know exactly what it is for the city. I can't think off the top of my head, but
Ah.
it could be anywhere between 300. I've seen cities with $300.
Sure.
So it's not the full amount of
Sure.
the insurance.
Yeah, and that's fine. I'm just saying that it doesn't just benefit the person who opts in, but can be also for those who opt out. Great, thank you.
Councilor McAdams, when you were on PG City Council, was there health benefits?
Thank you for the question. So we were able to participate, and we were able to direct our stipend towards the plan to pay for. So we received $400. And so if a council member chose to participate in the plan, they could use their stipend to offset that cost, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and was the healthcare that they paid for, did that help them financially because it would have been more expensive if they weren't a council member?
I don't think any of our council participated in the medical benefits. We all had our own.
Right.
So unfortunately, I can't answer that question.
All right, thank you. Did you have more, Councilmember McAdams?
I just wanted to thank Councilmember McCarthy for his thought, and of course, like I would love to look in that crystal ball and try to find out what will get people to run, and what will get people to activate. And I sort of think like what I'm hearing is this like kind of a menu, right? Like maybe you don't need childcare or caregiving costs, but somebody in the future might. I don't need medical benefits either, but maybe someone in the future will. So I sort of see, and the same with the travel, like getting some travel reimbursement. And so I think by sort of creating this little bit of a menu, we might find that sweet spot where we'll get more candidates and we'll get more people wanting to be involved. So thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm not suggesting what I'm about to say, but I want to disclose that in the past, in the 1990s and the early 2000s, City Council got the same volunteer stipend that we get, hasn't changed, but also they had each council member got about I think it was $1,500 or $2,000 a year that they could spend down for travel and city related expenses. And that went away when we faced the same budget cuts everyone else had to face in the 2008, 2009, 2010. I can't remember which year it went away, but there was like a dual benefit. You had a stipend and then you had an expense fund. And to save money, that expense fund was erased. Okay. All right. So let's go back to Councilmember McAdams.
Sorry, did I leave my light on?
It just turned on. So
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to turn it on.
All right.
I'm happy to call a question though, call for the vote.
So if you call for a vote, then we have to have a vote on whether we're going to call for the vote.
Got it.
So
Okay.
we just have one more probably brief comment from Councilmember Biala, and then we'll go to a vote.
Yeah, back when I was employed, it seemed like we had this plan, and this is for employees. And I don't remember what it was called, but it was like the mayor suggested there was the kind of a pool of money for each employee, and they could opt to spend it in this way and this way for health insurance, or some kind of a fund that for healthcare funds. I don't remember exactly, but there was like a laundry list of things they could use to do the benefits. Is that still going where you have choices like that?
I think you're mentioning a cafeteria plan. where
We didn't
the,
call it cafeteria plan, but something like, you
where the
know,
employer has a contribution to the cost of healthcare.
healthcare, but there were different ways they could spend it. They didn't have to spend it in the same way that one of the other employees spent.
I'm not familiar with that, but usually if there's a cafeteria plan or a contribution from an employer, the employee will be able to choose different types of plans if they want to put some of it towards like an FSA account
Yeah,
or
yeah.
dependent
Okay,
reimbursement.
that's exactly it then. So we might consider that. And I understand this is not an employee situation per se. I mean, we will change maybe every 4 years or sometimes less, and we're elected. So there's a lot of differences, but we are talking about a salary. And so there should be some kind of, you know, overlay of obligations from the city, I would say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other comments, we'll go to a vote. All in favor of the substitute motion, please say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
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 All right, that motion passes unanimously, and we look forward to staff bringing it back. Council, City Manager Lane Long.
So I just want to be clear on that. So the direction was to come back for salary of 2,000 for the council, 2,250 for the mayor. We're going to specifically look at reimbursement expenses, childcare, medical, whole slew of even reimbursement type of accounts. And so we're going to look at that other cities and bring that back and in a menu, and then get some direction on how you want to proceed with that.
There was also 5%.
Oh,
automatic
5%
increase.
cost of living annually. Thank you.
And revisions of the ordinance itself based on those.
Yeah, we're gonna basically write a whole new ordinance.
Okay, moving on. Thank you, everybody, for that. We just have the kind of house cleaning items. I had to work this last Friday, so didn't attend the Mayor's Association in Sand City where it was located. Council reports on meetings and conferences. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was recently appointed to the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary Advisory Council by AMBAG. So another example of being appointed by this body to a committee, and then that body has appointed me to another committee. I attended my first meeting. Turns out Councilmember McAdams is also a member of that as a member of the public, I think, representing. Yeah. So we're both on that board. Was really interested, wanted to share a couple of things that they're working on. One is they have for the past year and a half been trying to pass a shipping speed reduction in the Bay. And this is to accomplish a couple of things. One, environmental impacts of whale strikes. Turns out when you go faster, the pollution is much higher as well. And so I just found that to be really interesting. One of the approaches they're taking are to work with the vendors whose products are carried on those ships to say, hey, you know, we want to endorse you, but we only want you to carry your products on ships that agree to these slower shipping speeds in the Bay. Another interesting thing that came out of that meeting was, I guess, in this last round of storms, if you know what a container ship is, they have those big Connexes on them. I think like 6 to 8 of those containers just fell off into the ocean, containing who knows what, could be a container full of Nikes or produce or whatever. And so they are tracking those. Apparently that's something that happens frequently in the Bay, unfortunately. And then the last thing is at one of our next meetings, they're going to be talking about tobacco use on our beaches and the impacts that has on the marine sanctuary. And I will be very excited to share with them the work that this council has done to help try to alleviate that problem and really advocate for that body to continue to take that action further. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. I attended a couple of transportation agency in Monterey County meetings recently. Last Wednesday was the full board, and one of the major action items was passing a 3-year budget. And relative to Marina, one of the projects that's in that budget is $18 million for 2 different segments of the Fort Ord Recreational Trail and Greenway System network. So there's an $8 million segment that's going to go in first, construction to start this year. And that's going to run from Rain Dollar Avenue, parallel to California Avenue, over to Imjin Parkway and stop. The $10 million segment is going to start there across the street on Imjin Parkway and head east to the Jerry Smith corridor, which is a quick connect to the National Monument, so that people on bike or even on foot who want to jog or ride over to the monument, they'll be able to get to the monument with the only car conflict being crossing the signal controlled intersection of Imjin Parkway and California Avenue. Once those two segments are in, there's a lot of residents in Marina that are going to have much easier access to 7,200 acres of open space, plus the county's 1,000-acre open space. So it's a lot of land that we're going to access a lot easier. So that was really great to hear. The Rail Policy Committee meets once a month, so it met yesterday. And they spent most of the time talking about the railroad that goes through Elkhorn Slough that gets washed over and eroded every time there's a king tide. A king tide is 7 feet or more of tidal influence. And that rail line connects to Salinas and goes on down to San Diego. And it is being considered for improvements for that reason I just mentioned, but also to get a better rail around the bay railroad. You know, we're not going to have a Santa Cruz Monterey connection unless we have a better Elkhorn Slough railroad. So a lot of people depend on that railroad going through Elkhorn Slough. So that was a very interesting discussion. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Don't see anyone. So with comments. So we're going to go ahead and go and adjourn in honor of our newest member, Councilwoman Jenny McAdams. Thank you, Jenny, for joining us tonight. And thanks to all the staff and directors for sticking it out here tonight and all that you do for us.